Here. Wow. If you don't know, this is the Portland Frog Brigade. Now we have the DC Frog Brigade. Oh, look, they're mating. This is inflatable mating. We spent the day going around to the Senate offices and the Congress offices, handing out constitutions, reminding our members that they took an oath to our Constitution and not to a person or a king. So the frogs will always be there. Just notice. We also have a giant frog, if you guys didn't notice. That came from England. And those guys are really, these are like mime frogs. They're just there patiently. I think of those as like those are like the Muppet frogs. So if you hear weird sounds from up there, that's them. Venue logistics, ladies and gentlemen, do you guys know where the bathrooms are? Does everybody know where the bathrooms are? When you came through security, the bathrooms are back that way off to the right. You'll see a sign that says restrooms. The exits, you're going to go that way and follow the exit signs if there's any reason for you to leave in a hurry, but hopefully you should just have to leave as you want to. Food and drink is right here. There's bar, there's food, thank you. And then the Holman room onto the other side. If you've not made it over to there, please do so. There is a place for you to take a photo of yourself in front of a step and repeat sign. Thank you, task force, for making this sign for us. There is also the Epstein reading room. Holy cow, we have an Epstein reading room. It'll take you the rest of the life to read that, but I highly encourage you to go over there and please take a photo holding the book with the lighting in front of the redacted sign that proves that you read something inside the Epstein reading room. And we also have a merch table, so if anybody wants to buy some merch from Defiance, thank you, Defiance, as our host, then that would be great. Now, big, important announcement. The bar closes at 10 p.m. Hey, whoa. That's just like, we're trying to keep this. We weren't even going to have alcohol, people. So, tip your bartender. Say thanks to them. We love them. Woo. And I do believe that's the end of my announcements. Thank you for doing it. Oh, wait.
We've got a few more. Could you unzip me? It's hot in here.
What's going on here? Oh. Do you want to talk, Frog? Oh, God, it's too hot. Sometimes it gets it's like a microclimate in here. Sometimes it stinks. Oh, hey! Ladies and gentlemen, Miles Taylor.
It was hot in there. All right, friends, we're obviously not live streaming yet. Thank you so much for being here. This is the part of the program, the only part of the night until the end where we just get to be together. Before all those outsiders in the world come crash this party, thank you for being in a room with us tonight. Give yourself a round of applause. I have a couple of quick show notes for you tonight. As Will noted, we are going to be live around the country. A lot of eyeballs. And we are asking you to participate in that. And I see some of you have extra eyeballs on top of your head, so that's going to be great. We are going to have, I'm going to tell you about a couple of special things that are going to happen tonight that you can participate in. Later in the evening, either after Trump is speaking or towards the end, we will have a comedian with us, Lysandra Vasquez, who will pretend to be White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. She is famous for this on TikTok and social media. Millions of followers. She is hilarious. But your job is to pretend you are the White House press corps. When she comes up, you raise your hands and you shout questions, and we'll have some members of the press up here also asking questions. Play along. It's a press conference. It'll be funny. You're going to be a part of that. One other note for you. Another surprise tonight. We emailed you. We told you there was going to be something big that happened at the end of the night. We have got budget to buy everyone in the room a frog suit. It gets better. If you will stick with us, I know it's a little chilly outside. When this program ends, we are going over by the White House to Black Lives Matter Plaza. We are going to have the suits available there for anyone. As you can see, it's very easy to put them on. We are going to blow up, hundreds of us in those suits and those inflatable costumes, and take a photo and have an amazing moment of defiance. I hope you will join for that. We'll have national media there taking photos, and don't worry, no one will know your identity underneath that thing. It's just... That will happen at the end of the program. A couple of other things. Crowd energy. Here is our call and response tonight. When I come up to the microphone, and I'll be doing the transitions tonight, and when I say stand up, you say and defy. Stand up! And defy! We don't even have to practice that. Speaker entrances, go wild. Speakers leave, go wild. Big lines that you think deserve applause, applaud the speakers like crazy. Humor, laugh your asses off if it's funny. If it's not, boo them off the stage. Villain clips, things about Donald Trump, things you don't like. Donald Trump did this or that. Boo your hearts out if you want to. We're going to get a lot of energy in this room. And heckler rule. Anyone in here come in as a heckler? Well, not quite like that. You're like on our team. If you came in here on the other team, the anti-democracy team, I hate to tell you, when you try to claim your moment and stand up and heckle the event, the rest of the people here are going to boo you like crazy. That's what we got, friends. Most of all, let me just extend, for me, my wife, our family, a very personal note of gratitude to all of you. I will just tell you, without going into detail, you all have changed my life. You all have changed our lives. Thank you for your courage. Thank you. That's right. The show will start very soon.
As soon as you get out of this suit.
I'm going to have to hop this way.
We didn't rehearse this.
This is not covered by insurance. In the meantime, as I always say, stay loud, stay brave, and stay together.
Hey. Thank you, Miles. Okay, now what do we have next? Some waiting music. Let's get the cues going. Let's get all the people into the streams.
The worker circle now. They were trying to get me to see if you guys were interested in giving me speak and like represent the family of the team. I went over there and said I need some help from the worker circle. Thank you.
Please take your seat. The live stream is ready to begin. Please take your seat. The live stream is ready to begin.
Before there was a nation, there was an idea that ordinary people in extraordinary moments could bend history towards something better. For 250 years we have been tested, and every time we have struggled, we have fought.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal.
And we have risen.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
Because defiance is the engine of this country.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
I don't believe it. Unbelievable. There we go. There's the slam.
So then, how did we end up here?
Are you a U.S. citizen, sir? Why would I answer you?
Minneapolis police chief says a woman was killed after being shot in the head by an ICE agent.
A nation awake, led by a man who is not a theater of noise.
Excuse me, I'm going to answer the question.
We're a superpower, and under President Trump,
A system that speaks in spectacle and answers to no one.
But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're
she was trying to ram this guy with her car.
I used to snort cocaine off of toilet seats.
To defeat the swamp, we must enter the swamp. Not as part of it, but as the storm that floods it. From places power never looks, from voices it never counts.
DC sandwich guy.
acquitted.
Out of our city!
If you have a fucking blower, bring it up!
Where are you from, Mr. Mills, with your big ass body?
Come on, man, look at your officers.
Hey, the famous guy.
We rise.
Organizers say at least 7 million Americans took to the streets.
People who refuse to sit down.
Say it again.
I will not stop now. I will not stop ever.
Fear is the tool of a tyrant.
Hi, Mr. President.
So, FCCU.
So if you stand for truth, I need you to stand up today!
I ain't backing down.
Eyes out.
Defiance built this country, defiance freed it, and tonight, defiance returns.
Hello, everybody! Woo! Good evening, everyone here in the room, everyone on the live stream across America. I am Miles Taylor, the founder of Defiance.org. Welcome to State of the Swamp, the rebuttal to the State of the Union. If you don't know about us, I'm going to tell you quickly. We are a nonprofit civic club founded to answer one question. What can I do? Every single week, we announce an action to combat one of Donald Trump's abuses of power, whether that is supporting the whistleblowers, disclosing violations of the Constitution from inside this administration, whether that is suing Donald Trump all the way to the Supreme Court, whether that is standing with protesters in the streets and helping them know their rights to document agents violating the law, Or as we announced last month, bringing together prosecutors to hold those agents accountable when they violate the law. I'm going to tell you something about our organization and our members. We're not doom scrollers. We're not whiners. We do. And this event tonight is called what it is because Donald Trump came to Washington on a promise. He promised he would drain the swamp, the corruption, and the grift. And instead of draining the swamp, he turned America into the swamp. He expanded the swamp. But we thought, who better to help us navigate the swamp than a creature born in the swamp? The frogs. If you had your head buried in the sand last year, you might have missed that the symbol of defiance in the United States of America became the frog. Why? Because when Donald Trump looked into Portland, Oregon, and he said, the protesters are terrorists and insurrectionists, some brave people showed up at an ICE facility armed with inflatable frog costumes. They inflated, they danced to EDM music, and it was one of the greatest Emperor has no clothes moments we have ever seen in American history. I want to thank the Portland Frog Brigade for helping to co-host this event tonight. Thank you to the Portland Frog Brigade. Media partners, many follow on Substack. I want to thank Now This, and I especially want to thank ticket holders and members of Defiance.org in all 50 states and territories, by the way, for their courage and commitment. Thank you. I have got 3 quick things to say to Donald Trump tonight. The first one is this: my crowd is bigger than your crowd. And given what I know about how many Democratic members of Congress have boycotted the State of the Union tonight, that is a fact. And he is not going to like that there are more people on the floor here than there are going to be on the House floor of the House of Representatives. Second thing I want to tell Donald Trump: you tried to silence me. You tried to silence us, and you failed. Like a lot of people in this room, I stood up against that man. My family suffered the consequences. Twice I have lost jobs because of him. I have lost our savings because of him. I have lost our family's security. I have lost close friends. I'm not the only one who's been threatened. My wife has been threatened. My 18-month-old daughter has been threatened. And you know what? That's how the President of the United States wanted it. He wanted to shut us up. He wanted to shut us up. And when we wouldn't shut up, he of course said, well, the reason we wouldn't shut up is because we're trying to make a buck. And I'll tell you what, it was really important that he said that, because it showed me something I'd forgotten. That Donald Trump underestimates the opposition because he doesn't understand them. We are not like him. I am not like him. Donald Trump may be in this to make a buck, to take taxpayer dollars from you. But unlike Donald Trump, we can't be bribed. We can't be bought. We can't be bullied. And we will not barter our conscience for a better room in a skyscraper. And finally, let me say this. Donald Trump may have turned America into his personal swamp out there across the country, but we will be the ones to drain it. And I'm going to make you a promise tonight. Like dictators before him, his fake gold facade will fall. And the people in this room and across America will spend years removing his name and his legacy from buildings. We will remove his name from monuments. We will remove his name from government programs he has desecrated. And I will tell you this, at the end of all of that, in place of the faded words of Donald J. Trump on the facade of those buildings and facilities, we will put the words of the United States Constitution. So let me say this. Donald Trump did something he did not expect. He united us. Donald Trump united millions of Americans across this country who are now determined and who are now defiant. And tonight, at this event, you will not hear from him. You will hear from them. So let me first welcome to the stage someone who has been a vocal and strident defender of the United States Constitution and the First Amendment. Please welcome Zedio founder Mehdi Hasan.
Why? But we'll also ask number two, strong? Strong? Is a democracy strong when a secret police is murdering American citizens in the street in cold blood? Is a democracy strong when lawmakers are being indicted, journalists are being arrested, comedians are being pulled off the air? Is a democracy strong when judges are being threatened, their rulings ignored, their families are being mentioned? Because the truth is that the state of our union is not strong, it is weak, it is stressed. It is being stress tested right now by a man who declares himself a dictator, who has always believed that laws are for other people. For other people. A man who not just frustrates us, he angers us. And here's the thing though, the fact that you are angry is a good thing. The fact that you are alarmed at the state of our democracy is a good thing. The fact that you are here, watching, organizing, showing up, making noise is a good thing. Because apathy is what authoritarians rely on. Our silence is what they feed off of. They want you to look around at all the chaos and say, it's just too much. They want you to think nothing I do matters. They want you to believe that voting is pointless. It won't make a difference. But democracy is not a spectator sport. It's a participation one. Democracy is not something you have. It's something you do. It's something you build and rebuild again and again, time after time, generation after generation, tyrant after tyrant. You rebuild it. This country has faced dark times before. Slavery, segregation, McCarthyism, all of those things were defeated, not because America is immune to fascism or autocracy. It isn't. But because ordinary people, citizens, decided that they would not accept those things as natural or normal in this country. So tonight, when Trump gives his State of the Union, I want you to remember, his speech, God help us all, is not what matters. What matters is what happens after his speech. What matters is what we do next. Remember, fascism is not destiny. It is a choice. It can be fought. It can be rejected. But only if we reject it together. And you know what gives me hope tonight? What gives me hope is that there are more of us than there are of them. There are more of us than there are of them. Ladies and gentlemen, Brothers and sisters, America has been saved before, not by presidents, not by billionaires, not by kings, but by citizens. It will be saved again the exact same way. By you, by me, by we, the people. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Next to the stage, former Homeland Security Advisor at the White House, Olivia Troy.
Oh, I'm short. Here it is. I defy blind loyalty to any one man. I defy fear as a governing strategy. And I defy the idea that patriotism belongs to any one party. I'm Olivia Troy. I did serve in the first Trump White House. I sat in the rooms where decisions were made, and I saw what happens when power stops serving the country and starts serving itself. So I walked away. Not because it was easy, but because integrity mattered more than my title. I knew there would be consequences, not just for me, but for my family. I was serving in his White House, and I stood up to him publicly. When too many chose comfort over courage, they still do that today. Because I knew what a second term would unleash. And now we're living it. This isn't law and order. It is power demanding obedience. This is not the America that I swore an oath to protect. Donald Trump demands loyalty to him. We, the people, demand loyalty to the Constitution. I stand here as a daughter of an all-American boy who grew up on a farm and became a truck driver, and a Mexican immigrant mother. Mama, gracias. Te amo. I am the American dream, and that promise is being broken now. While Republican leadership in Washington demands applause tonight, families like the one I grew up in are choosing between rent and groceries, working full-time and still falling behind. Immigrant families are living with real fear. Parents are afraid to take their children to school. Workers are afraid to show up at jobs they've held for years. Families are hurting. That's the real state of the union, Donald Trump. But let me be clear, we will not let fear control us. So here's my message to those Trump enablers sitting in the Capitol tonight. We are not your audience. We are your employers. And we will remind you of that at the ballot box. I believe in ethics over ego. I believe the American dream is worth defending. And I'm asking all of you here in the audience tonight and at home to defend it with me. Not with violence, not with hatred, but with courage, like the courage that it takes to show up tonight. Keep showing up, organize, protect your neighbors, refuse to be silent, and most of all, you've got this, you know this, vote. Because fear doesn't work here. Not in our cities, not in our communities, not in this country. We are not afraid. We are not silent, and we will not back down. I stood up once, and I never backed down. And I know millions of Americans are ready to stand with me. So when I say stand up, you say defy. Stand up. Defy. We stand up. Defy. Let's defy together. Have a great night. Thank you, Portland Frog Brigade. You're awesome. To my friend Miles Taylor, thank you for putting this together. See you all later.
Please welcome to the stage Congressman Jason Crow, Democrat of Colorado.
Hi, everybody. Well, Donald Trump keeps on trying to put me in prison. A few weeks ago, he asked his political goons at DOJ to try to get a grand jury to indict me and Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin and our other fellow vets. They failed. They will always fail. Because I took an oath to this country. I've taken many oaths to this country to defend this country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. It's a lifetime oath, and it never stops for me. But here's the thing. This wasn't about our video. This wasn't about us actually doing our job as members of Congress and reminding our service members of what their obligation and what their duty compels them to do. What it was Donald Trump trying to send a message to America. It wasn't about me. It wasn't about the video. The message that he was trying to send is that if you step out of line, if you dare speak up, if you dare question authority, that we will come and we will crush you. That the costs will be too high. Well, he failed to send that message. He chose the wrong people, and he's been trying to send that message in other places, in Minneapolis, in Portland, in Denver, and he's failing everywhere. Well, they're trying to send us messages, so I have a message for them. I'm pretty bad about sitting back in a foxhole and letting people just throw grenades at me and just taking it. So we are going to start imposing costs on them. I'm taking names. Justice and accountability is coming. You cannot hide behind your masks forever. And if you think you can operate with impunity, murder Americans, deport Americans, abuse our communities, violate the law, turn your back on the Constitution, accountability is coming. They think, Donald Trump thinks, that fear is contagious. He wants us to be afraid, and he wants it to spread like wildfire. What is instead more and more clear is that courage is more contagious. There are plenty of examples of cowardice in our country. CEOs bending the knee, law firms cowing, universities kissing the ring. But here's the thing. At great moments in our nation's history, when we've been up against the ropes, it's never been the elite and the privileged that have come to save us. Never has. And it's never their story. It's never the story of those who bow and cow and cower. It's always the people. Everyday Americans, the Alex Prettys, the Renee Goods, who gave their life to literally stand in the breach. The thousands of Minnesotans who at great risk stood on the line and documented and filmed and took pictures so that the rest of the world in America could see the abuses and what was happening. They are the ones. We are the ones. This is our moment. We will continue to stand up. The tide is turning in America. Courage is contagious. Don't give up the ship. Thank you.
And now a video message from congressional candidate George Conway.
We have a criminal in the White House, a wannabe dictator who wants this country run just for him and to screw everyone else. He's not a president. He's a deranged narcissist steamrolling our democracy. This isn't normal, and we can't let that loser, Donald Trump, get away with it. So get up, speak out, and vote. Don't let them lie to you. Call out this administration for the grifters they are every chance you get. And don't let him bully you. He thrives on fear because he doesn't want us to know how weak, dumb, and sad of a little man he really is. Don't give up. We'll win this, and we'll impeach him and anyone else complicit in destroying our democracy. And we'll make America normal again.
Please welcome to the stage a panel on the fight for the First Amendment led by moderator Jim Acosta, host of The Jim Acosta Show, Delaware Governor Matt Meyer, award-winning journalist Terry Moran, and civil rights leader, best-selling author, and Committee for the First Amendment co-chair Rashad Robinson.
Wow. Oh my goodness. This is incredible. Why did I not get frog ears or frog eyes? Should I put one on? What do you think? I don't know. As an old news guy, the hair is very important. You know, I'm 6'2" with the hair. You know, oh, thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Why not? You know what? As a wise man once said, we'll do it live. Welcome to the National Press Club. It has not been renamed the Trump National Press Club. And it never fucking will. And for those of you who watch my show, you know I say the F word all the time, so we just say fuck it, right? If we're not going to say fuck in a time like this, when are we going to say it, ladies and gentlemen? That is my position, and I think it makes a lot of sense. We have an esteemed panel joining us this evening to talk about this fight for the First Amendment. That was one of the very first things that Trump went after in Trump 1.0, and he, of course, went after it again this second time around. But we've got a great panel. Let's have everybody introduce themselves, starting with you, Rashad, and then we'll go down the line here.
Hey, everyone. I love this energy. I'm Rashad Robinson. I'm a civil rights leader, and I am the co-chair of the Committee for the First Amendment, working to protect the First Amendment all around the country, moving artists and activists to stand up.
All right.
And I'm Terry Moran. I'm an independent journalist.
I am Matt Meyer, governor of the first state, and there are more frogs in this room than there are people in my state. Thank you.
Very good. We love the first state. There was a whole thing we would go get the beer. Could we get the beer on Sundays, or you couldn't get the beer on Sundays?
Get the beer on Sunday, any day, 24/7.
Oh, very good.
Not
Okay.
24/7.
I remember that, being a D.C. kid, going to the beach. Anyway, I digress. We've got important things to talk about. Governor, let me start with you first. You have not been governor of Delaware for very long, but one of the very first things that you did was stand up for the First Amendment, stand up for the free press. And tell us about that.
That's right. Two of the first bills I signed were making sure you cannot ban books in our great state of Delaware. And the second thing was making sure slap lawsuits. There were these lawsuits where people try to misuse the First Amendment to prevent people from letting their voice be heard, and we're not going to have any of that in our first state. More broadly, what I'd say is what I'm seeing with the First Amendment, but not just the First Amendment, across our community in Delaware and across the country, is that billionaires are taking control. That we have a president who has used the worst of Citizens United to put this country at the disposal of a very few people, very few privileged people who want a country that's very, very different from what you and I want. And they're controlling the media. They're controlling what the citizens of Delaware see and hear and understand. They're controlling what each of you understand. And tonight in the State of the Union, I think we're going to see more of that, of media manipulation, information manipulation. I so appreciate events like this where people are standing up and saying, we the people are stronger than these few. We need to fight to win our country. We are winning. Look at the numbers. We are winning. Thank you for being here.
Hey, thank you, Governor. And I can see the sign that says damn straight right over your head there. So it reminds me a little bit of another Delawarean back in the day who might have been down the street, and if only he were still there. But anyway, Terry Moran, independent journalist. Terry was being modest, a longtime ABC News correspondent, White House correspondent, Supreme Court reporter. Terry's one of the best in the business. And, you know, Terry, you were ahead of the curve in one very big way. For those of you who don't remember, Terry put out a tweet about Stephen Miller, and it made a lot of news and pissed off some corporate overlords at ABC. Terry, talk about that and why that was important, because to me, that was a sneak preview of coming attractions. Look what has happened with respect to Terry. Yeah, look what has happened with the effect that Stephen Miller has had on this country. Look at the effect. ICE in Minnesota, the detention centers, which I want to talk more about. But Terry, tell us about that moment, why you did it, and what do you think it means going forward?
Well, I wrote it because I thought it was true.
There you go.
And you know, that is actually why it's become a big deal. It's become a big deal in my life. It got me fired. But it's become a big deal in some ways, which is odd. And I will say there was nothing planned about it, although I will also add, because it was posted at 5 minutes after midnight, some people, it was not a drunk tweet. I promise. What it was a very sober, what it was, in fact, I was quite proud of it in many ways, still am. Yeah. What it was something that had been, you know, it had been reporting on this administration, interviewed the president, had a good time with that, and then over the course of days and weeks, it was just gnawing at me, fretting, right, tossing and turning about our country and what's happening to it. And I was out walking the dog, so I'm blaming the dog for this. And I just said, that guy, that effing guy, because I'm not going to drop that.
I'm sorry, yeah.
I can't. It's my dear mother in heaven. But it just, and it started, it was in the middle of the afternoon. I was pondering it, and then, you know, we had dinner and watched, what was it? We watched some movies, a George Clooney movie, so I'm blaming George Clooney as well.
Good night and good luck, maybe, or something.
No, that's what everybody says. Did you go see the play, and were you inspired? No, it was, the kids had never seen that. I can't remember. Anyway, Ocean's 11. That's what it was, which is a great family movie, but if you want to keep your job, don't watch it. Anyway, so I we got into bed, and as one does, is on the phone, and I kind of had come up with something in my head, and I posted it. I thought, okay. And just before I hit send, actually, I thought to myself, this is hot, this is, you know, hard language. But then I thought, it's a description. I thought, this is a description of the public man that we see every day that is just horrifying as an American public official. Yes, and it was, I guess, getting to me. Anyway, the next morning, you got to take that down, da-da-da-da-da. I will say this, the White House made clear that if I wasn't fired, all right, I'm telling a tale out of school here. ABC News was like, you're going to be on a 2-week suspension if we can keep it to that, but it's going to the West Coast. And this is the only reason I mention that, because that's the corporate pressure on Disney. And then I knew it was done at that point. But here's what I learned from it. Now that I'm in independent media, where so much is happening, I love it. The First Amendment isn't, a statement of law. It isn't even a commitment to law. It is a practice, and we have to practice it because we can't count on a lot of institutions to do it for us.
That's right, and that's what tonight is all about in many ways. I mean, you know, we're here guarding the First Amendment right here, all of you with us tonight. You're defending it. You're on the front lines, and all of you who supported us tonight. Thank you. Yeah, give yourself a round of applause. It means a lot. Even the frogs. Especially the frogs. And Rashad, tell us about how you've been on the front lines of this battle for the First Amendment in this country. And you've been working with somebody who I think the audience might know something about. Tell us about that.
Well, the Committee for the First Amendment is a project that was founded or refounded by Jane Fonda, whose father was part of the original Committee for the First Amendment. And it includes over 3,000 artists, and celebrities who are working to use their power to help more people recognize what's at stake, and also to challenge their own industry about what is happening, both the consolidation of media, the ways in which corporations are engaged. But let me be clear about what's happening. As someone who has led the largest boycott in American history, which was the $7 billion boycott against Facebook because of the ways in which their algorithms and the ways in which their corporate profits put us in harm's way, is that corporations every single day are trying to make us believe that the inequality that we see in the world is unfortunate rather than unjust. And the ways in which they're trying to make us feel like it's unfortunate rather than just is because they want us to ask for charitable solutions to structural problems. They want us to be able to say that we send water bottles to communities that don't have clean water instead of cleaning the pipes. We do after-school programs instead of actually dealing with the inequality in public education. And along the way, they want to take away our voice in the process. But what I've understood every single day is that we will always lose in the back rooms if we don't have people lined up at the front door. And so our work today and our work moving forward is to be able to raise our voices in very clear ways and to hold the enablers accountable and to say that you cannot come for our money by day and try to take away our vote by night, try to make us unsafe by night, try to make it harder for us to be able to get health care and all of the other things we deserve. So our First Amendment is why I get to sit here today. But I also want us to recognize that part of this work is recognizing that there is no time machine that we should be trying to get in and go backwards. I am a black, gay civil rights leader, and besides maybe besides like clothes and music, there's no time in the past that I want to go back to. I don't want to get out of that time machine and see how things are working. So our work today is also about what do we do together to build the future that we all deserve, a future that we actually haven't ever experienced. That is going to be the work about coming together and facing those that stand in our way. And that is the work that we have to do to move forward.
There you go. Wonderful. And Governor, Governor, one of the things that Rashad just said that I want to pick up on, he said a lot that I want to pick up on, but he's talking about our vote. Our vote is our voice. It is an expression of our freedom of speech, freedom of thought. And right now, Donald Trump, I think, is trying to damage that. He's trying to pull a fast one with this SAVE Act or Save America Act. They give it a different name every week because they're trying to pull a fast one. And they want to, he says, oh, it's just voter ID. You know, what's the big deal with voter ID? Putting that to the side, tucked in that legislation is a provision that would basically hand over state voter rolls to the Department of Homeland Security. Not that he would do anything nefarious with that. Oh, of course not. But Governor, what are your thoughts on all of that?
I have a mentor, not in politics, just in life, who shortly after I was a public school teacher, ran for a county office. He sat me down and he said, "You have the trust of the people right now. You're new, you're shiny, right? You have the trust of the people. You only get that once, and you can lose that." And we can all think of people who have lost that. Our president has lost the credibility of the American people. And so when he stands up and says something like the save, do you think someone who led us into January 6th is looking to save our votes? He has no credibility. And so you can look at the passport requirements and birth certificate requirements and the hints that ICE is coming to polling places near you. And we all need to stand up. I'm going to do my part as governor of Delaware. I've spent a few days in D.C. with Democratic and even a few Republican colleagues who are raising their hands saying they're going to stand up and do their part. But we also need you to do your part. Let's stand up to this nonsense.
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
is not who we are.
That's right. And Terry, another thing that Rashad mentioned, and Rashad, I feel like you're doing a better job than myself moderating this, but you brought up the power of the boycott. There was a time, Terry, when you know, it was sort of conventional wisdom. Oh, boycotts don't make a difference. What can you do? Look what happened with ABC and Disney. When they tried to silence Jimmy Kimmel, they tried to silence him. People started canceling their Disney Plus. All of a sudden, they got some religion over there in Hollywood.
Absolutely. Religion meaning money.
Yeah.
But also, you're onto something,
mighty dollar.
Which is that Trump is modeling himself, in particular after this guy, Viktor Orban in Hungary, right? And before him, Putin. And there's a game plan, right? We're seeing it in operation right now. Orban and before him, Putin and the Law and Justice Party in Poland did it. They strip the media assets, or they get their cronies to buy them, and there is all of a sudden no dissent. But today, that won't work in America, because we're all over the media, right? I mean, there's not just 3 networks. When I was a kid, I always wondered, and when I got to ABC, I still wondered, why do all 3 networks tell the exact same story in the exact same way, in the exact same order, every single night? It's a big world, right? That is no longer the case. And so I think this kind of event, which Miles helped organize for Defiance, and this is something that they will have a very big, hard time stopping.
I agree, totally. And just today, Terry, they were talking, I mean, it's in the news that Warner Brothers Discovery might try to sell off to Paramount, that their bid is looking better, which would give the Ellisons control over CBS, potentially, and CNN. And as I've said at other events, if I were in charge of CNN, I would fire Scott Jennings. I would fire his ass immediately. Does anybody here want Scott Jennings doing the evening news on 2 different networks? Give me a break, Jesus. Rashad, last thought from you before we go. Are you hopeful in all of this? This is a big year.
I have to be an optimist. The progress can only be achieved if we believe something bigger is possible. And I think the message I want to leave everyone here with is that we cannot mistake the presence and the awareness that people have for actual change. Presence is only a piece. We have to build power. And power is about challenging the institutions that stand in our way, but most of all, power is about our ability to actually change the rules. It's the written rules and it's the unwritten rules. And so I think for any one of you and every single day, 5, 10, 15 years from now, we're going to look back at this moment and we're going to have to be accountable for what we did and how we showed up. And the story that we get to write right now is a story that we either get to be the protagonist or we get to be a bystander. And so talk to the people in your communities. Invite the people in your networks. Show up in your listservs. Show up on your WhatsApp chats. Show up to your family conversations. But show up every single day and engage people. Our ability to look back at this moment and tell the story about what we did to change what's happening starts now.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right. And on that note, I will just end by, I'll just close this out because we're over time. I'll close it out with the message that I left when I departed my old place, as I call it now, when I left the anchor desk and jumped into independent media. And I think it still holds today, and that is, do not give in to the lies. We're going to hear a lot of lies tonight. We're going to hear a lot of lies tonight. Don't give in to the lies. There's a lot of fear these days. Look what's happening across this country with these detention camps, what's happening in Minnesota and ICE. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and hold on to hope.
And fuck ICE.
And fuck ICE. And thanks for joining us.
A big round of applause for Jim Acosta, Rashad Robinson, Terry Moran, and Delaware Governor Matt Meyer. There we go. Next up, we have a video message from author and To the Contrary Substack newsletter writer Charlie Sykes.
Were you watching Stephen Colbert the other night when he called out the craven cowards of CBS and gave a huge middle finger to Trump's FCC? My friends, this is how you do it. You lean in, expose them, defy them, never back down. Look, you're all here tonight because you recognize that this is the fight of our lifetimes, the challenge of our generation. Because if we get this right, we can save the American experiment. But that requires clear heads and brave hearts. Donald Trump wants you to believe that resistance is futile, that MAGA is unstoppable. But it is not. In fact, it's waiting its turn in the trash bin of history. So let's put it there. What should we do? Never accept that what's happening is normal. Have the moral courage to do what's right. Don't be afraid to call fascism by its proper name. And always remember, amid all of the cruelty and the insanity, that you are not the crazy ones. Thank you.
We will now hear from defiant voices on the rule of law. Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Norm Eisen, founder of Democracy Defenders Action.
Good evening, friends, and I'm pleased to be here to tell you that the state of the resistance is strong. Travel back with me to 2009, back when BlackBerries were cool. We would print MapQuest directions for road trips, and Donald Trump was still recovering from his most recent bankruptcy. I was working in the White House for my law school classmate and friend Barack Obama as the ethics czar. Shortly after taking office, President Obama prepared to deliver his first joint address to Congress, and the president was so committed to ethics that nearly a quarter of that first State of the Union speech originated from the work he and I and our wonderful team did to make government more ethical. Today, not so much. In fact, I don't think that thing that's happening a few blocks from here even deserves to be called the State of the Union. It really should be called the state of the unethical, or the state of the unconstitutional, or the state of the unhinged. Whatever you call it, it's unacceptable. But here's what is acceptable: fighting peacefully, lawfully, and vigorously for our democracy, like we do at my organization, Democracy Defenders Fund, and our sister organization, Democracy Defenders Action. We have over 260 legal cases and matters fighting against Trump's autocracy in the court of law and in the court of public opinion. We fight through the contrarian. You're welcome. In fact, Miles Taylor, who introduced me, is one of our clients. We have fought Trump's attempts to end birthright citizenship. We've challenged ICE's horrific abuses of power across America. We've held the DOJ accountable for hiding the Epstein files. We defended Prop 50 and the votes of Californians. And we, on behalf of conservatives, representing every Republican administration from Nixon to Trump 1, filed briefs opposing Donald Trump's illegal tariffs that were just struck down by the Supreme Court. We do that with our wonderful partners you're going to hear from and meet many of them shortly, Our coalition, as you'll see, won't rest. We aren't deterred, and we won't stop as long as these threats persist. Just yesterday, we launched our latest initiative to expose Donald Trump's crypto corruption. We will not let him and his cronies get away with it. Our democracy coalition won't let them get away with it. Just look around this room. Look at what we've been able to accomplish together in just the past year. Inflatable frogs and inflatable lawyers. The fight goes on, and I'm so proud to be here with each and every one of you. Thank you, friends.
Please welcome to the stage former national security official and author Asha Rangappa.
I defy the idea that cruelty makes a country strong. Tonight, there's going to be a lot of talk about strength. Strong borders, strong leaders, strong America. But I'm here to say, as someone who spent years enforcing the laws of this country, there is nothing strong about abandoning the rule of law. Because the rule of law is not just a set of rules. It is a moral promise. And here's the part that often gets lost. The rule of law only survives if ordinary people have moral courage. Not dramatic courage, not movie scene courage, the everyday kind of courage. The courage to say, this is not right. The courage to refuse to go along. The courage to see other people as fully human. And here's the part that I want us to sit with tonight. The root of moral courage is empathy. Do you know what Elon Musk said? He said, the problem is there is too much empathy. I say there is not enough. Empathy is what stops us from treating people as enemies instead of neighbors. Empathy is what stops the law from becoming a weapon. Empathy is what reminds us that power exists to protect the vulnerable, not to punish them. And let me let you in on a secret. You know who knows this better than anyone? Authoritarians. They know that if they drain empathy from a society, they can hollow it out from the inside. So they tell us to fear one another. They tell us some people don't belong. They tell us that cruelty is strength. But cruelty is not strength. Cruelty is what happens when empathy disappears, and when empathy disappears, the rule of law is next. I've seen this up close. The most dangerous moments are not when laws are broken loudly. It's when they're bent quietly, justified politely, and obeyed without question. History teaches us again and again the greatest harms are not carried out by monsters, they are carried out by regular people who convince themselves they have no choice, that it's not their responsibility, that someone else will speak up. Moral courage is refusing that lie. It's choosing empathy when obedience would be easier. It's choosing principle when silence would be safer. Empathy is courageous, courage is courageous, and democracy is courageous. Stand up.
And now a word from district attorneys across America.
Are we in Germany?
Stop! Whoa! He said he doesn't have to show a warrant. How can I relax? She just killed my neighbor.
You raise your boys, I raise your boys.
Yeah, I'm shooting.
I've had enough.
Enough with the warrantless arrests.
Enough with the illegal home entry.
Enough with the violent assault.
Federal officers do not have absolute immunity.
They do not have permission to break the law. And they do not have the right to violate your constitutional rights.
And they certainly do not have the unchecked power
To deprive you of your life and liberty.
I am a prosecutor.
I am a district attorney.
I'm a prosecutor.
I am a district attorney.
I am a district attorney.
I am a prosecutor.
And we're coming together from around the country
To fight against federal overreach.
FAFO will not tolerate these abuses of power.
We will work together to make sure federal officers
Uphold the law in our states and cities.
Where federal officers break the law, they will be prosecuted.
No one
is above the law.
Learn more about us at federaloverreach.org.
You've had enough?
And we hear you.
That, by the way, is an organization that was started by Defiance.org. Next up, I want you to welcome to the stage a group of speakers focused on the power of the people, starting with Congresswoman Maxine Dexter, Democrat of Oregon, along with the Portland Frog Brigade.
I will get it. Sorry. Good evening. I am Maxine Dexter, really proud to be here tonight with you. And I think you can see, thank you. I love you. I'm a mother. I am a physician, and I have a flag. And I am the proud representative for Oregon's 3rd Congressional District. Yes, thank you. Thank you. And tonight, I defy Trump and his authoritarian project by standing in joyful, radical, peaceful resistance with the Portland Frog Brigade. All right. When Donald Trump said Portland was a war zone, when he tried to send in federal troops, boo. When he tried to scare America into submission, Portland answered. We answered with frog costumes. We answered with dancing, singing, and joy when Trump wanted us to cower in fear. And today, there is no federal takeover of Portland. That's right. That's right. National Guard troops have been sent home where they belong. Because joy is resistance. Creativity is resistance. Community is resistance. And our movement is filled with people who refuse to sit down, to shut up, or even to stop riveting. Yes. So let me ask you, are you tired of being lied to? Yes. Are you tired of billionaires running the show? Are you tired of watching democracy get sold off piece by piece? Hell yeah. Okay, so then I want you to get loud. Thank you. When I say stay, you say loud. Stay. Loud. Stay. Loud. Stay. Loud. Amazing. That is amazing. Okay. So I'm going to transition here for a second because, you know, this is about our country. And our country has never been
Good evening, everyone. I'm Katie Bethel, and I'm the Executive Director of Move On. Move On is one of the largest progressive advocacy organizations in the country. We're a force of millions with members in every congressional district in America. And on behalf of our members and our co-hosts, the Midas Touch Network, it is my privilege to welcome you to the People's State of the Union. Some of you may know that giving a State of the Union address, or at least a report, is part of the job of the president. It's constitutionally required. So in a great shift, Donald Trump is following the law tonight. So why are we boycotting? Why are we boycotting the State of the Union? We're boycotting because we know that Donald Trump's State of the Union will bear no resemblance to what's actually happening in this country today. He will lie, distort, and ignore the real stories. He's not going to talk about the killings of innocent people. He's not going to talk about the thousands of people who are afraid every day because of ICE roaming their streets. He's not going to talk about the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. And he will not talk about the millions of people who've lost their health care on his watch. But Move On members, the millions of people who've been protesting at No King's protests, the American people, we know the true state of our union. We've seen it and we're living it, and it is not normal. We've asked our leaders this last year, don't treat this like business as usual. Fight for us. Folks, tonight we're coming out swinging. And we're making history with the largest organized boycott of any State of the Union ever. Behind me on this stage are members of Congress and their guests who have all personally experienced the harms of the Trump administration. They represent millions more. They represent all of us. I want to personally thank our members of Congress here tonight for your act of defiance, for breaking a norm to stand up for our values. And I want to thank our special guests who you're going to hear from tonight for your courage. You represent the best of America, and you make us all want to be brave. This moment is only possible because of people's bravery. The first boycott of the State of the Union was conducted by the founders of the Congressional Black Caucus, during the Nixon administration. We honor their example. We honor the millions of patriots who've turned out over the last year in marches across this country. And we honor every person who's showed up, who's risked something, who's cared for a neighbor, even when it was safer to do nothing. That courage led the way to this moment, but we have to make sure that the road doesn't stop here. We need you, everybody joining us here on the Capitol Mall tonight, and everybody watching online. Come to the March 28th No Kings protest and stand up for this country. Before I introduce our hosts for tonight, I just want to give a special thanks to all of the people behind the scenes who helped to make tonight happen. Move On staff, the staff who serve our congressional representatives and senators here tonight, our partners, thank you so much. This is no small task to put on a historic event to fight for our country. Thank you. And now I'd like to introduce you to our hosts, independent journalists Joy Reid and Katie Fang. And while they come to the stage, I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for being brave, and I want to thank you for being a part of building the America we can all be proud of. Thank you.
Well, hello there.
Hello, everybody.
Good evening, everyone. Are you guys excited to be here?
Let's hear it.
And not in there?
That's right.
Come on, I am Joy Reid, host of The Joy Reid Show.
And I'm Katie Fang, host of the Katie Fang News Channel.
And we are both exes of the artist formerly known as MSNBC. We are so excited to be here. Please give one more round of applause to these
members of Congress.
Yes.
Let's hear it.
They had the courage to not be here. So, Katie, the reason that I am so excited to be here is that, as we just heard from the wonderful folks at Move On and Midas Touch, please give them a round of applause.
Please.
It takes courage to stand out.
It does. And look, if you turn around and you look amongst us, it's not just the people that are here. It's hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people in the United States and across the world that are defending democracy, but they need the courage and the bravery of our members of Congress and our electeds to make sure that democracy is defended.
Indeed. And so tonight we are not going to hear a false state of the union. We are going to hear the true state of our union from the people who are being impacted by the policies that are taking place at the hands of someone who has demonstrated no love for the Constitution, for the truth, or for the care and concern of the American people. It's much more important to hear what people are truly facing and going through. That's what you're going to hear tonight.
The American people deserve the truth. They do not need more lies from this regime. So tonight you are going to hear people that have been impacted directly by the bullshit of this administration.
Amen. And because I'm also a church girl.
Sorry, Joy, for my language.
Oh, no. I'm a cussing Christian, sis. It's all good. I'm a cussing Christian. But we want to start off this night by doing something that I think is so important, Katie.
Please.
And that is reclaiming the Christian voice from white Christian nationalism.
That's right.
Which not only threatens our freedom, but also threatens a very important faith throughout this world. Christianity is not what you have been sold by Project 2025. So right now, to do our invocation, meaning we're going to invoke the spirit of freedom, liberty, and justice, please put your hands together for the Reverend Paul Brandeis Rauschenbusch.
Thank you, Joy and Katie. Hello, everybody. Hello, America. Let me start by saying that my soul is so glad to be here with the People's State of the Union. I come to you as the president of Interfaith Alliance and as a Baptist minister with good news. We, the people, have the power. Is that good news? All across America, people of diverse faiths and beliefs are showing up, are speaking out, and are proving that love for our neighbors and commitment to our democracy will prevail against the cruelty, immorality, and authoritarianism of this administration. Let me speak plainly as an American and as a Baptist minister. The Trump administration is the most hostile to religious freedom in generations. They attack any religious leader or community not in lockstep with their political agenda. The White House, the Pentagon, the Department of Justice, and ICE have weaponized religion for their white Christian nationalist crusade, which attempts to define who is a true American, conveniently made in their own image, and relegate all the rest of us to second-class status. While President Lincoln famously prayed to be on God's side, Trump instead blasphemously boasts that God is in fact on his side. In Trump's mind, God is little more than a divine mascot for his political team. But enough about that unpopular man. Tonight we will focus and celebrate the people of America. Tonight we will recognize all those to whom harm has been done. But we will also give thanks for the brave witness of the faith and community leaders in Minnesota, in Chicago, in Charlotte, in Portland, and here in Washington, D.C., and in towns large and small everywhere across America who are standing up against the abuse and inhumanity of ICE. We give thanks for every single person around this country who has put their faith or values into action by resisting government-sanctioned cruelty with moral courage and solidarity with our neighbors from every background. We give thanks to God for the power and the promise of love and what Dr. King called the beloved community that is both coming and present now if we choose to make it real in our democracy. I believe we are in the midst of the next great awakening in America, a spiritual movement dedicated to creating a nation where every person has dignity and value, where every community and faith tradition is treated equally, and nobody gets left behind this time. We, the people, have the power out of many through love. May we be one. My friends, the spiritual state of our union is strong. So help us God. Amen.
Y'all should be well in the spirit at this point. Is everybody in the spirit? That's what I'm talking about. That's right. We're going to call the spirit of our ancestors to make sure that we do justice on tonight. And we are going to start with one of the true fighters in the United States Senate and his very important guest. So please put your hands together for Senator Chris Murphy and
Thursday Gonjavi.
Thank you.
Good evening, America. I want you first to give a big round of applause to my guest, refugee and immigrant advocate from Connecticut, Farishte Ganjave. Say hi to Farishte. Okay, so I am not at the State of the Union speech tonight because Donald Trump is making a mockery of this great institution, and he doesn't deserve an audience. I'm not at the State of the Union speech tonight because these are not normal times, and Democrats have to stop behaving normally. And I'm not at the State of the Union speech tonight because you're not going to hear about the State of the Union. You are going to hear lie after lie. You are going to hear attack after attack. You are going to see grandstanding. The true State of the Union is this. This union is in crisis right now. Our cities are under attack by lawless law enforcement. Our democracy is wilting under ceaseless attack from a president who wants to be a despot. Millions of Americans are losing their health care because the president has chosen corruption to pad the pockets of his billionaire friends instead of helping average Americans. You're not going to hear any of that in that speech tonight. But by being here for the People's State of the Union, you are going to hear the real story of America, a story of an America that is under siege, but a story of America that is not going to take it, that is going to fight back, and is going to reclaim this country for everything that is good and right about the United States of America. Farishte is going to talk to you tonight about the state of immigrant and refugee America. ICE is out of control. It is disappearing legal immigrants. It is tear-gassing elementary schools. It is murdering American citizens. Right now, as you know, the Department of Homeland Security is shut down. And I just want to be very clear with you about my position, and I think the position of many others who will stand on this stage tonight. Not one more dime for the Department of Homeland Security until they start following the law in this country. Farishte came to this country over a decade ago, coming to the United States from a refugee camp. She told me just off stage that this is the moment. This is the reason that she came here to the United States, to speak truth to power, to explain the trials and tribulations that every immigrant, that every refugee goes through to get here, and to press this country to...
I stuck at the border. Go Trump! Go Trump! Hey, Murphy,
right,
you're a scumbag.
Thanks, man. Thanks, buddy. Listen, guys. Farishte is here to lift us up to a common purpose and to a common goal, to understand that the best of America lies in how we treat those who have arrived to this country fleeing terror and torture and desperation. We have work to do, guys. We have a mission that we need to complete. And I want you to welcome to the podium my friend, Farishte Ganjave.
Good evening, everyone. Since arriving in the United States as a refugee in 2011, I have educated more than 7,000 refugees, especially women entering the workforce, now thriving as educators, health workers, and essential service providers, each becoming a lighthouse for others. Partnering with over 100 universities across the country and help young students launch careers in embassies, public services, leadership programs, and enter to the top medical and law schools. For years, I advocated for immigration rights. I founded Elena's Light, an organization to support families in Connecticut. And I'm proud of work over the years that we did. Thank you. I'm here today, now standing next to my favorite senator, Senator Murphy, to speak with the voice I'm so proud of. Since the recent election, my phone has not stopped ringing. Mothers have called me asking if it is safe to go to my child's appointment. Women have asked if they should cancel English classes. Afghan families and many immigrant families are confused about their legal status and afraid to travel for work even within their own states. Fear is not abstract. It is in our classrooms. It is in our clinics. It is in our homes. Families feel unstable. We are living in uncertain society these days. Because of this, advocacy in Connecticut has shifted. Organizations on the ground like ours are spending more time on Know Your Rights training. Policies are shifted quickly, and we must help families with rapid response needs. Preparing families with documentation for when their family members get kidnapped. And working closely with legal and health partners to support families struggling after Trump's healthcare cuts. But as hard as we try, we cannot replace health insurance. That our elderly, our children, our people with disability can no longer access. We cannot guarantee safety or peace of mind for the worker who keep our communities running every day. This administration needs to stop separating families. Mothers, kids, and our future generation who will become our caretaker, our lawyers, our teachers, and our politicians. Our community member needs safety and peace of mind to work. Leadership matters at the federal levels. We need real leaders. We need a stable federal support for integration and mental and medical health services. And we need policies rooted in dignity and education. As families can focus on building our shared community and future. When families feel secure, they build. When mothers feel safe, they lead. When children feel stable, they dream. And when we protect our people, we strengthen the entire nation. This is not politics. This is humanity. This is America.
All right, everybody. One note. We just want to do sort of one housekeeping note. Attention, all MAGA trolls. And with apologies to the pastor who gave the invocation, your bullshit is not welcome here. And to paraphrase one of my favorite actors in the world, Robert De Niro, I'm going to slightly paraphrase him. Fuck y'all. We're here to hear the truth and to hear from impacted people, not to see or hear from you. So go back and pay attention to your orange lying friend. Now, coming to the stage is one of the reasons that we are finally getting some of those files released. Everybody say, release the files. Release the files. Coming to the stage now is Pennsylvania's Fighting 12, Representative Summer Lee. She is one of the main reasons that we're getting some of those files. She's going to be reading a story from Monica Ruiz, the executive director of Casa San Jose, waiting to keep families together and reform our unjust immigration system, all while her family is now being impacted by ICE. Representative Lee.
Whew. What a start to the evening. But good evening one way or another. I am Summer Lee representing Pennsylvania's 12th Congressional District, and I'm proud to stand here this evening with Move On, with organizers, with workers, and with everyday people who refuse to sit quietly while our country is pushed to the brink. Right now, Donald Trump is preparing to deliver his made-up version of the State of the Union. He's going to tell a familiar story tonight, that the economy is booming, that our communities are safer, and that America is stronger than it's ever been, all because of him. But we know the truth. We're living the truth. We know the fear that our families are facing of being hunted down by ICE. We know our neighbors are working 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet, that their health care has been gutted and their federal jobs have been eliminated by the thousands. We know our education systems and unions are being targeted because they threaten authoritarian power, and they want us fighting each other so we don't pay attention to what they're stealing from us. And I mean all of us, Democrats and Republicans and independents, young folks and old folks and black folks, whether you're in a red or a blue state, whether you're in rural towns or factory communities, because corruption doesn't check your voter registration before it robs you. While they're terrorizing immigrant communities right now, they're cutting health care. They're gutting worker protection. They're union busting. They're handing tax breaks to billionaires and sending the bill to the rest of us. That's the con. That's the scam. And working people are done falling for it. Tonight, I was supposed to be joined by my good friend and neighbor, Monica Ruiz. Monica is a mother, a community organizer, and a powerful advocate for immigrants' rights. She was ready to bring that fight from Pittsburgh to D.C. to remind folks who and what she has been fighting for relentlessly. But right now, Monica's family is in crisis as it's being targeted by ICE. Her son-in-law, Victor, was followed by agents unprompted after he dropped his brother off at work. They pulled him over without cause. There was no traffic violation, no expired tag, just a man who looked brown enough to be dragged to one of the worst detention centers in the country. Meanwhile, just the other day, Monica's daughter, Adriana, just gave birth to a baby girl who is yet to meet her father because he's been locked up by this lawless agency. Victor has been in the country for 18 years. 18 years of working to build a life for himself, his loved ones, and now his new family. That is the real state of our union, where families are being torn apart and traumatized, where would rather protect powerful people and the Epstein files than the women and the girls who were sexually abused. We live in a country where we have one reality for everyday people and another for the rich and the well-connected and the well-protected. We have to change that. We have to meet the moment with bold policies that level the playing field and deliver justice no matter how much money you have to your name. That's why earlier today, I announced that I'll be introducing articles of impeachment against Pam Bondi. Trump's DOJ continues to obstruct justice and refusing to comply with our subpoena to release the full, unredacted Epstein files. Bondi must be held accountable for that. And let's not forget, it was Trump who said it first, release the files. So we'll keep that call up no matter what. Because where I come from in Western Pennsylvania, we know what it means to be abandoned by politicians who make big promises and lie and deliver nothing. We know what it's like when the factories close, when the hospitals cut services, when the schools can't afford to teach, when the corporations are given permission to poison our water, our air, and our communities without consequences. And we know that no matter what language you speak, what zip code you live in, we all feel that pain, and we are all being squeezed by the same rigged system. So when Trump points the fingers at immigrants, our trans kids, our protesters, our journalists, understand what he's doing. He's trying to make sure we never point the finger where it belongs, at the billionaires and the corporations looting our economy, robbing our people, and buying our democracy right from under us. But here's the truth that they're afraid of. Working people are waking up. Across this country, folks are organizing labor and their money. They're refusing to be silent in the face of authoritarianism. But we know fear is their weapon, but solidarity is our power. So tonight, while Trump paints his fantasy version of America, we're grounded in America, in reality, and we're building something better. In America, where we have Medicare for all, every job that pays a living wage, where no one fears being ripped away from their family. That is the America we're fighting for. And later tonight, I'll be delivering the Working Families Party response to the State of the Union, laying out exactly what it will take to build an economy and a democracy that works for all of us, not just the working few. So I'm asking you to stay engaged, stay fired up, and tune in tonight, because this is about building a movement that is big enough to defeat authoritarianism, to stand up to corporate power, and rooted in a simple belief that when working people come together across race, across geography, and across whatever lines they try to divide us by, we are unstoppable. So all power to the people, and thank you all for being with us tonight.
Well, hell yeah, that's how we do it. Coming up next, a man who doesn't suffer fools from the great state of Arizona. We've got Senator Ruben Gallego. He's going to be talking about a man by the name of Steve Gomez. Steve is a father of 3 from Gilbert, Arizona, and for the last 5 years, Steve and his family have
The joint session will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler. The gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore. The gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Delbene. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingell.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford. The Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. And the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Mr. Speaker, the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps. Justices of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, the President's
Yes.
Cabinet.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. It's really an honor. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, First Lady of the United States. Second Lady of the United States. Members of Congress and my fellow Americans, our nation is back, bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. Less than 5 months from now, our country will celebrate an epic milestone in American history, the 250th anniversary of our glorious American independence. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of the earth. And you've seen nothing yet. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America. When I last spoke in this chamber 12 months ago, I had just inherited a nation in crisis with a stagnant economy, inflation at record levels, a wide-open border, horrendous recruitment for military and police, rampant crime at home, and wars and chaos all over the world. But tonight, after just 1 year, I can say with dignity and pride that we have achieved a transformation like no one has ever seen before, and a turnaround for the ages. It is indeed a turnaround for the ages. And we will never go back to where we were just a very short time ago. We're not going back. Today, our border is secure. Thank you. Today, our border is secure. Our spirit is restored. Inflation is plummeting. Incomes are rising fast. The roaring economy is roaring like never before, and our enemies are scared, our military and police are stacked, and America is respected again, perhaps like never before. After 4 years in which millions and millions of illegal aliens poured across our borders, totally unvetted and unchecked, we now have the strongest and most secure border in American history by far. In the past 9 months, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States. But we will always allow people to come in legally, people that will love our country and will work hard to maintain our country. The flow of deadly fentanyl across our border is down by a record 56% in 1 year. And last year, the murder rate saw its single largest decline in recorded history. This is the biggest decline, think of it, in recorded history, the lowest number in over 125 years, year 1900. In fact, substantially before my wonderful father, I had a wonderful father, Fred, before he was born, substantially before he was born. That's a long time ago. He wouldn't like me to say that, but that's a long time ago. The Biden administration and its allies in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country. But in 12 months, my administration has driven core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months of 2025, it was down to 1.7%. Reached a peak of over $6 a gallon in some states. Under my predecessor, it was quite honestly a disaster. It is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states, and in some places, $1.99 a gallon. And when I visited the great state of Iowa just a few weeks ago, I even saw $1.85 a gallon for gasoline. Mortgage rates are the lowest in 4 years and falling fast, and the annual cost of a typical new mortgage is down almost $5,000 just since I took office. 1 year. And low interest rates will solve the Biden-created housing problem while at the same time protecting the values of those people who already own a house that really feel rich for the first time in their lives. We want to protect those values. We want to keep those values up. We're going to do both. And we are going to keep it that way. The stock market has set 53 all-time record highs since the election. Think of that, 1 year. Boosting pensions, 401ks, and retirement accounts for the millions and millions of Americans. They're all gaining. Everybody's up, way up. In 4 long years, the last administration got less than $1 trillion in new investment in the United States. And when I say less, substantially less. In 12 months, I secured commitments for more than $18 trillion pouring in from all over the globe. Think of it, much less than $1 trillion for 4 years versus much more than $18 trillion for 1 year. What a difference a president makes. A short time ago, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, the hottest. As thousands of new businesses 70,000 new construction jobs in just a very short period of time. It's getting bigger and bigger and stronger. Nobody can believe what they're watching. American oil production is up by more than 600,000 barrels a day, and we just received from our new friend and partner, Venezuela, more than 80 million barrels of oil. American natural gas production is at an all-time high because I kept my promise to drill, baby, drill. Working today than at any time in the history of our country. Think about that. Any time in the history of our country, more working today, and 100% of all jobs created under my administration have been in the private sector. We ended DEI in America. We cut a record number of job-killing regulations, and in 1 year we have lifted 2.4 million Americans, a record, off of food stamps. And for all of these reasons, I say tonight, members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. And I say, no, no, no. You're going to win again. You're going to win big. You're going group of winners who just made the entire nation proud. The men's gold medal Olympic hockey team. Come on in. That's the first time I've ever seen them get up. And actually, not all of them did get up. But they beat a fantastic Canadian team in overtime, as everybody saw, as did the American women who will soon be coming to the White House. They were in the Oval Office before, and I just want to say a second very big congratulations to Team USA. But I have to say that, and I told them this, and we took a vote of the team. I said, anybody votes no, I'm not doing it. So they stood there, and they weren't about to say no, because I've never seen a goaltender play as well as goalie Connor Hellebuck. Think of it, 46 shots on goal, and I asked him, the one shot, the one where you put your stick in the back and it hit the neck of your stick and bounced off, do you practice that, or was that a little lucky? He refused to answer that question. But I just want to tell you that the members of this great hockey squad will be very happy to hear, based on their vote and my vote, and in this case my vote was more important, that I will soon be presenting Connor with our highest civilian honor, which we will be given and which has been given to many athletes over the years. But when I say many, not too many, like 12, it's called the highest civilian honor in our country, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Great athletes have gotten that, very great, the best, and I thought he deserved it. And I did take a vote, every single one of them. I said, I'm not giving it if anybody goes no, and every single one of them rapidly put up their hand. So I want to thank you. What a special job you did. What special champions you are. Thank you very much. I'm also pleased to say that the next time the Olympic torch is lit, it will be here in America for the 2028 Olympics, and it's the summer version right in Los Angeles. We're going to do a good job in Los Angeles. And Los Angeles is going to be safe, just like Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities in the country. And this year, and I must say I got them both. I got them in my first term, and I was disappointed because I didn't think I'd be the president when this happened. But strange things took place. And now I've got them because I got the Olympics and I got the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and I wanted to claim the 250th, but I didn't get away with that one. I couldn't claim that one for myself. But we're getting the World Cup, so we have the World Cup and the Olympics coming, and that is exciting news. So this will be a year to celebrate our country and the heroes who have kept it free. Men like Buddy Taggart. At age 17, Buddy volunteered to defend America in World War II, serving in the Pacific under the great General Douglas MacArthur. He fought bravely in the famous Battle of Manila, worked so hard. He was badly wounded and almost killed by enemy machine guns in Luzon. And 81 years ago this month, he liberated the largest internment camp in the Philippines, one of the largest anywhere in the world. But he earned many honors, including a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star, came home, started a family, and tonight he is in the gallery looking forward to July 4th, 2026, his 100th birthday. So, buddy, you're a brave man, and we salute you. Even in times of challenge, setback, and immense heartache, the spirit of 1776 has always shone through very brightly. It was July 4th of last year when floodwaters tore through a girls' summer camp in Central Texas, one of the worst things I've ever seen. I was there, rising 26 feet in the matter of minutes, tragically claiming many, many lives. You all remember that one. As the waters threatened to sweep her away, 11-year-old Millie Kate McClelland closed her eyes and prayed to God. She thought she was going to die. Those prayers were answered when Coast Guard rescue swimmer Scott Ruskin descended from a helicopter above. Nobody knew where he came from. It was Scott's first ever rescue mission, a young guy, but very brave, very, very top, always top in his class, and he lifted not just Millie Kate, but 164 others to safety. People watched Scott from a distance, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. The winds were blowing, the rain was pouring, everything was going, and that rapid water, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They said, wow, that's something. Tonight, Scott and Millie Kate are here together, reunited for the very first time. Thank you, Scott, Millie Kate. And Petty Officer Ruskin, I'm pleased to inform you that I am now awarding you the Legion of Merit for extraordinary heroism, which is what it was, extraordinary heroism. Thank you. And I'd like to have the military aide to please come down and take care of the service. Military aide, thank you very much. Take care of that very important service. Thank you very much. From 1776 to today, every generation of Americans has stepped forward to defend life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And they're really doing it for the next generation. But now it's our turn. Together we're building a nation where every child has the chance to reach higher and go further, where government answers to the people, not the powerful, and where the interests of hardworking American citizens are always our first and ultimate concern. That is the debt we owe to the heroes who came before us, and that is the promise we must keep to America for our 250th year. Last year, I urged this Congress to begin the mission by passing the largest tax cuts in American history, and our Republican majorities delivered so beautifully. Thank you, Republicans. All Democrats, every single one of them, voted against these really important and very necessary massive tax cuts. They wanted large-scale tax increases to hurt the people instead. But we held strong, and with the great, big, beautiful bill, we gave you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And we also made interest on auto loans tax deductible the first time, but only if the car is made in America. Recently in Pennsylvania, I met Megan Hemhauser, a devoted mom who's homeschools her children, beautiful, 2 children, during the day while waiting tables at night as her husband works overtime operating very heavy equipment. Megan is here this evening, and she's happy to tell you that she is so much richer because with no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and our expanded child tax credit done again by Republicans, Megan and her husband will take home more than $5,000 extra just for the year, cutting her tax bill in more than half. Megan, please stand up. We're fighting for you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. Thank you, Megan. We're fighting for you, Megan. Under our bill, parents like Megan can also activate their children's brand new Trump accounts. And I didn't name it. I did not name it. I did not name that. Nobody believes me, but I did not name it. It was named by a very tall man sitting right there in the third row. Nice man, a good man. Tax-free investment accounts for every American child. This is something that's so special and has taken off and gone through the roof. Millions will be pre-funded courtesy of the U.S. Treasury and private individuals like Michael and Susan Dell, who have donated $6.25 billion to fund the Trump accounts for 25 million American children. They're great people. You know, I asked Michael Dell, how do you make all that money? He said, well, I just sat on my dorm in school, and I made computers, and I'd sell them to people. And I just kept selling and selling and selling, and pretty amazing story. That's called the American dream. He sold a lot of computers, a lot of those laptops, so I congratulate him on that, but I really thank him and Susan, as well as others like Brad Gerstner, a very tremendous guy. He was behind it right from the beginning. Brad Gerstner. Thank you, Brad. So with modest additional contributions, these young people's accounts could grow to over $100,000 or more by the time they turn 18. Think of it. How much money is that for somebody that started with nothing? Over $100,000, could be much more than that. to make this investment in our children's future, go to trumpaccounts.gov, trumpaccounts.gov. And a lot of people are doing it. It's setting every record in the book. It's popular. They knew what it was going to take. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the people that got it started. And now it's just taken off. One of the primary reasons for our country's stunning economic turnaround, the biggest in history, where the Dow Jones broke 50,000 4 years ahead of schedule, and the S&P hit 7,000, where it wasn't supposed to do it for many years, were tariffs. I used these tariffs, took in hundreds of billions of dollars to make great deals for our country, both economically and on a national security basis. Everything was working well. Countries that were ripping us off for decades are now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. They were ripping us so badly, you all know that. Everybody knows it. Even the Democrats know it. They just don't want to say it. And yet these countries are now happy, and so are we. We made deals. The deals are all done. And they're happy. They're not making money like they used to, but we're making a lot of money. There was no inflation, tremendous growth. And the big story was how Donald Trump called the economy correctly, and 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics didn't. They got it totally wrong. They got it really wrong. And then just 4 days ago, an unfortunate ruling from the United States Supreme Court. It just came down. It came down. Very unfortunate ruling. But the good news is that almost all countries and corporations want to keep the deal that they already made, right, Scott? Knowing that the legal power that I, as president, have to make a new deal could be far worse for them, and therefore they will continue to work along the same successful path that we had negotiated before the Supreme Court's unfortunate involvement. So despite the disappointing ruling, these powerful country-saving, it's saving our country, the kind of money we're taking in, peace-protecting. Many of the wars I settled was because of the threat of tariffs. I wouldn't have been able to settle them without. Will remain in place under fully approved and tested alternative legal statutes. And they have been tested for a long time. They're a little more complex, but they're actually probably better, leading to a solution that will be even stronger than before. Congressional action will not be necessary. It's already time-tested and approved. And as time goes by, I believe the tariffs paid for by foreign countries will, like in the past, substantially replace the modern-day system of income tax, taking a great financial burden off the people that I love. Right? Moving forward, factories, jobs, investment, and trillions of dollars will continue pouring into the United States of America because we finally have a president who puts America first. I put America first. I love America. For decades before I came along, we had the exact opposite. From trade to health care, from energy to immigration, everything was stolen and rigged in order to drain the wealth out of the productive, hardworking people who make our country great, who make our country run. Under Biden and his corrupt partners in Congress and beyond, it reached a breaking point with the Green New Scam, open borders for everyone. They poured in by the millions and millions from prisons, from mental institutions. They were murderers, 11,888 murders. They came into our country. You allowed that to happen. And record-setting inflation that cost the typical family $34,000 in just a speck of time. Now the same people in this chamber who voted for those disasters suddenly use the word affordability, a word. They just used it. Somebody gave it to them, knowing full well that they caused and created the increased prices that all of our citizens had to endure. You caused that problem. You caused that problem. They knew their statements were a lie. They knew it. They knew their statements were a dirty, rotten lie. Their policies created the high prices. Our policies are rapidly ending them. We are doing really well. Those prices are plummeting downward. The price of eggs is down 60%, Madam Secretary. Thank you. The cost of chicken, butter, fruit, hotels, automobiles, rent is lower today than when I took office by a lot. And even beef, which was very high, is starting to come down significantly. Just hold on a little while. We're getting it down. And soon you will see numbers that few people would think were possible to achieve just a short time ago. Nobody can believe when they see the kind of numbers, and especially energy, when they see energy going down to numbers like that, they cannot believe it. It's like another big tax cut. I'm also confronting one of the biggest ripoffs of our times, the crushing cost of health care caused by you. Since the passage of the Unaffordable Care Act, sometimes referred to as Obamacare, big insurance companies have gotten rich. It was meant for the insurance companies, not for the people. With our government giving them hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars a year as their stock prices soared 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, and even 1,700%, like nothing else. That's why I introduced the great health care plan. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care, which will be better health care at a much lower cost. In addition, my plan requires maximum price transparency. That's a big deal. Sounds so simple, so big. And I did that in my first term, and the Democrats immediately terminated it with full knowledge that they were doing a very bad thing for the people. Costs were going to go way up, and that's what happened, and now I'm bringing them way down on health care and everything else. I'm also ending the wildly inflated cost of prescription drugs like has never happened before. Other presidents tried to do it, but they never could. They tried. Most didn't try, actually. But they tried. They said they tried. They couldn't do it. They didn't even come close. They were all talk and no action, but I got it done. Under my just enacted most favored nation agreements, Americans who have for decades paid by far the highest prices of any nation anywhere in the world for prescription drugs will now pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for drugs. Anywhere, the lowest price. So in my first year of the second term, should be my third term, but strange things happen. I took prescription drugs, a very big part of health care, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. The result is price differences of 300, 400, 500, 600% and more, all available right now at a new website called TrumpRx.gov. And I didn't name that one either, by the way. And here tonight is the very first customer ever to get that big discount, and it is big. Catherine Rayner. For 5 years, she and her husband have struggled with infertility, and they turned to IVF. One drug has been costing Catherine $4,000 to purchase. But a few weeks ago, she logged onto the Trump RX website and got that same drug that cost $4,000, got it for under $500, a reduction of much more, actually, than $3,500. Catherine, we are all praying for you, and you're going to be a great mom. So now I'm calling on Congress to codify my most favored nation program into law. Now, the one thing, I'm not sure it matters because it's going to be very hard for somebody that comes along after me to say, let's raise drug prices by 700 or 800%. But John and Mike, if you don't mind, codify it anyway. They may do it. Codify it anyway. Thank you. Many Americans are also concerned that energy demand from AI data centers could unfairly drive up their electric utility bills. Tonight, I'm pleased to announce that I have negotiated the new Ratepayer Protection Pledge. You know what that is? We're telling the major tech companies that they have the obligation to provide for their own power needs. They can build their own power plants as part of their factory so that no one's prices will go up. And in many cases, prices of electricity will go down for the community and very substantially down. This is a unique strategy never used in this country before. We have an old grid. It could never handle the kind of numbers, the amount of electricity that's needed. So I'm telling them they can build their own plant. They're going to produce their own electricity. It will ensure the company's ability to get electricity while at the same time lowering prices of electricity for you, and could be very substantial for all of you cities and towns. You're going to see some good things happen over the next number of years. Another pillar of the American dream that has been under attack is home ownership. With us tonight is Rachel Wiggins, a mom of 2 from Houston. She placed bids on 20 homes and lost all of those bids to gigantic investment firms that bypassed inspection, paid all cash, and turned those houses into rentals, stealing away her American dream. She was devastated. Stories like this are why last month I signed executive order to ban large Wall Street investment firms from buying up in the thousands single-family homes. And now I'm asking Congress to make that ban permanent, because homes for people, really, that's what we want. We want homes for people, not for corporations. Corporations are doing just fine. Rachel, thank you very much. Good luck with your home. You'll get one soon. We're also working to make it easier for Americans to save for retirement. And under this administration, we will always protect Social Security and Medicare. They are not protecting it for our seniors. We will always protect Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Since I took office, the typical 401k balance is up by at least $30,000. That's a lot of money. We have millions and millions of people, because the stock market has done so well, setting all those records. Your 401ks are way up. Yet half of all of working Americans still do not have access to a retirement plan with matching contributions from an employer. To remedy this gross disparity, I'm announcing that next year my administration will give these often forgotten American workers, great people, the people that built our country, access to the same type of retirement plan offered to every federal worker. We will match your contribution with up to $1,000 each year. As we ensure that all Americans can profit from a rising stock market, let's also ensure that members of Congress cannot corruptly profit from using insider information. They stood up for that. I can't believe it. Did Nancy Pelosi stand up if she's here? Doubt it. Pass the Stop Insider Trading Act without delay. I wasn't sure if anybody even on this side was going to applaud for that. I'm very impressed. Thank you. I'm very impressed. But when it comes to the corruption that is plundering, it's plundering America. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. Oh, we have all the information. And in actuality, the number is much higher than that. And California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, although started 4 months ago, I am officially announcing the war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. Find enough of that fraud, we will actually have a balanced budget overnight. It'll go very quickly. That's the kind of money you're talking about. We'll balance our budget. The Somali pirates who ransacked Minnesota remind us that there are large parts of the world where corruption and lawlessness are the norm, not the exception. Importing these cultures through unrestricted immigration and open borders brings those problems right here to the USA, and it is the American people who pay the price in higher medical bills, car insurance rates, rent, taxes, and perhaps most importantly, crime. We will take care of this problem. We're going to take care of this problem. We are not playing games. Delilah. Delilah Coleman, 2024, when a 18-wheel tractor trailer plowed into her stopped car traveling at 60 miles an hour or more. The driver was an illegal alien let in by Joe Biden and given a commercial driver's license by open borders politicians in California. Doctors said Delilah would never be able to walk or talk, have a good life. She wouldn't even be able to eat again. But against all odds, she is now in the first grade learning to walk. And she's here this evening with her dad, Marcus, a fantastic man. Delilah, please, you are a great inspiration. Please stand up. Thank you, Delilah. Many, if not most, illegal aliens do not speak English and cannot read even the most basic road signs as to direction, speed, danger, or location. That's why tonight I'm calling on Congress to pass what we will call the Delilah Law, barring any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens. And yesterday, as you probably saw at the White House, I hosted a ceremony with Americans who lost their treasured loved ones to the scourge of illegal immigration. People came into our country, how we allowed this to happen with our open borders. These are the angel moms and families that for decades our government betrayed and our media totally ignored. It was terrible. Hard to believe, actually. In 2023, a 16-year-old high school cheerleader named Elizabeth Medina was supposed to perform in her town's Christmas parade, but she never arrived. Her mother, Jacqueline, went home to look for her, and she found her lying dead in a bathtub, bleeding profusely after being stabbed 25 times. Elizabeth's killer was a previously arrested illegal alien who had broken in and brutally extinguished the brightest light in her family's life, violently and viciously. Her heartbroken mother is in the gallery to remind everyone in this chamber exactly why we are deporting illegal alien criminals to our country at record numbers, and we're getting them the hell out of here fast. We don't want them. Thank you very much. Many in this room not only allowed the border invasion to happen before I got involved, but indeed they would do it all over again if they ever had the chance. If they ever got elected, they would open up those borders to some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world. The only thing standing between Americans and a wide open border right now is President Donald J. Trump and our great Republican patriots in Congress. Thank you. Thank you. As we speak, Democrats in this chamber have cut off all funding for the Department of Homeland Security. It's all cut off. It's all cut off. They have instituted another Democrat shutdown, the first one costing us 2 points on GDP. 2 points we lost on GDP, which probably made them quite happy, actually. Now they have closed the agency responsible for protecting Americans from terrorists and murderers. Tonight I'm demanding the full and immediate restoration of all security of the United States, and also for helping people clean up their snow. We have no money because of the Democrats, and it would be nice, we'd love to give you a hand at cleaning it up, but you gave no money. Nobody's getting paid. It's a shame. So you have to think about it. We have, in case you didn't know, a pretty large snowstorm out there. One of the great things about the State of the Union is how it gives Americans the chance to see clearly what their representatives really believe. So tonight I'm inviting every legislator to agree with this statement, then stand up and show your support. The first duty of the American government is to protect American citizens, not illegal aliens. Isn't that a shame? You should be ashamed of yourself not standing up. You should be ashamed of yourself. That is why I'm also asking you to end deadly sanctuary cities that protect the criminals and enact serious penalties for public officials who block the removal of criminal aliens. In many cases, drug lords, murderers all over our country, they're blocking the removal of these people out of our country, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And perhaps most important, Save America Act. And others who are unpermitted persons from voting in our sacred American elections. The cheating is rampant in our elections. It's rampant. It's very simple. All voters must show voter ID. All voters must show and no more crooked mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. None. And this should be an easy one. And by the way, it's polling at 89%, including Democrats, 89%. Nice guy just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a Social Security card. Yet they don't want an identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. No good. Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense country. Nothing else happens. And the reason they don't want to do it, why would anybody not want voter ID? One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. That the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John. In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair and her mother, Michelle. In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, treating her as a Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland. A left-wing judge refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full-ride scholarship to Liberty University. Sage and Michelle, please. And thank you for your great bravery. And who can believe that we're even speaking about things like this? 15 years ago, wrong with him. But now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents. But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them Look, nobody stands up. These people are crazy, I'm telling you. They're crazy. Amazing. Incredible. Boy, oh boy. We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped. No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it? Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible in advancing a landmark executive order on foster care and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's a tremendous, really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of. Tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both, and Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much. I'm very proud to say that during my time in office, both the first 4 years and in particular this last year, there has been a tremendous renewal in religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous renewal. So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred really martyred for his beliefs. His wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand. Nation. In 22, she and her beautiful daughter, so beautiful, what a beautiful young woman. Irina fled war-torn Ukraine to live with relatives near Charlotte, North Carolina. And by the way, what's going on with Charlotte? Last summer, 23-year-old Irina was riding home on the train when a deranged monster who had been arrested over a dozen times and was released through no cash bail, stood up and viciously slashed a knife through her neck and body. No one will ever forget. There were people on that train. No one will ever forget the expression of terror on Irina's face as she looked up at her attacker in the last seconds of her life. She died instantly. She had escaped a brutal war only to be slain by a hardened criminal, set free to kill in America, came in through open borders. Mrs. Zaretsky, tonight I promise you we will ensure justice for your magnificent daughter, Irina. How do you not stand? How do you not stand? I'm asking this Congress to pass tough legislation to ensure that violent and dangerous repeat offenders are put behind bars, and importantly, that they stay there. Starting last summer, I deployed our National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore law and order to our most dangerous cities, including Memphis, Tennessee, big success, New Orleans, Louisiana, big success, and our nation's capital itself, Washington, D.C., where we have almost no crime anymore in Washington, D.C. How did that happen? In fact, crime in Washington is now at the lowest level ever recorded, and murders in D.C. this January were down close to 100% from a year ago. They don't like to hear that. One of sick people, one of the brave service members who helped achieve this stunning turnaround was 20-year-old West Virginia Army National Guard Specialist Sarah Beckstrom. After a 4-month deployment, she voluntarily extended her service, and her rank was going to be lifted. She was doing so well. They were so proud of her. But the very next day, she was on patrol near the White House when she was ambushed and shot in the head by a terrorist monster from Afghanistan. Shouldn't have been in our country. And all because she wore the uniform of our nation. She was shot. He traveled here because he didn't like people wearing our uniform. He was sick and deranged. Shouldn't have been in our country. Sarah Beckstrom died in order to defend our capital, and we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Eva Lee. Your daughter was a true American patriot, and she will be greatly missed. She was a great person. I saw reports on her. They've never seen anything like it. So sorry. Thank you very much. She's a great young lady. I saw reports that were like, perfect. She was perfect. Serving alongside Sarah that day was Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. The terrorist shot Andrew in the head, and no one thought he could possibly make it. The two of them, Sarah and Andrew, both shot violently in the head. Neither was expected to make it. They weren't even given a chance, except his wonderful mother, named Melody, who I spoke to the same night. And she was so positive. The doctors thought that Andrew was gone. But his mother said, no, no, Mr. President, Andrew will be fine. He's going to make it. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, he was given almost no chance. She said, I have no doubt, sir, he's going to be okay. This was a conversation that I had with her that night, with her son laying helplessly in bed, blood all over. Everybody is praying, she said, sir, he will be okay. The doctors didn't understand what she was saying. And after looking at the results of the damage done, neither did I. She was so strong and conclusive that even Andrew's great father felt she didn't really understand the gravity of the situation. But she turned out to be right. Right, Melody? She turned out to be right. Amazing, actually. I said, where does this woman come from? She's the most positive person I've ever met. With God's help, Andrew has battled back from the edge of death, and we're talking about the edge of death, on his way to a miraculous recovery. He's got a little work to do, but he's doing great. Nice to see you. He's a good-looking guy. Nice to see you. Thanks, Andrew. Thank you very much. So, Andrew, while you're up, now I'm going to ask a highly respected General James Seward to present Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late, great President George Washington himself. It's called the Purple Heart. We love you all. Love you. We're proudly restoring safety for Americans at home, and we are also restoring security for Americans abroad. Our country has never been stronger. In my first 10 months, I ended 8 wars, including Cambodia. Isn't it funny? Sick people. Cambodia and Thailand, Pakistan and India. Would have been a nuclear war. 35 million people, said the Prime Minister of Pakistan, would have died if it were not for my involvement. Kosovo and Serbia, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Congo and Rwanda, and of course the war in Gaza, which proceeds at a very low level. It's just about there. And I want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for your help. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Jared. And I also want to thank the man they report to, Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Thank you, Marco. People like you. You know, Marco got 100% of the votes when he was in confirmation. I think our next one was about 54%. And some of the Democrats are now saying, I can't believe we approved that guy. And he said it's an honor that they feel that way, right, Marco? You have done a great job, great Secretary of State. I think he'll go down as the best ever. Under the ceasefire I negotiated, every single hostage, both living and dead, has been returned home. Can you believe that? Nobody thought it was possible. Nobody thought that was possible. Both living and dead. And those parents who had a dead son, their boy, they'd always tell me their boy, they wanted him as much as though he were living. It was an amazing period of time. And they came back, and when we got all of the living hostages back, and many, many before them, but I always said those last 20 are going to be very tough, but we got many, many more, hundreds. But I said those last 20 are going to be tough. We got them back. But we only got back 14 or 15 of the dead of the 28. And believe it or not, Hamas worked along with Israel, and they dug and they dug and they dug. It's a tough thing to do, going through bodies all over, passing up 100 bodies sometimes for each one that they found. Tough job. And they finally got it back to 27. And then Steve and Jared, they got it back to 28. They found all 28. Nobody thought that was possible, but we did it. And I remember the family of the 28th. They were so grieved, but they were so happy as it's possible to be. They had their boy back. The mother said, "Sir, we have our boy back." What a period of time that was, but we got them all back. So thank you both very much. Great job. And we're working very hard to end the 9th war, the killing and slaughter between Russia and Ukraine, where 25,000 soldiers are dying each and every month. Think of that, 25,000 soldiers are dying a month. A war which would have never happened if I were president, would have never happened. As president, I will make peace wherever I can, but I will never hesitate to confront threats to America wherever we must. That's why in a breakthrough operation last June, the United States military obliterated Iran's nuclear weapons program with an attack on Iranian soil known as Operation Midnight Hammer. Good. For decades, it had been the policy of the United States never to allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon. Many decades. Since they seized control of that proud nation 47 years ago, the regime and its murderous proxies have spread nothing but terrorism and death and hate. They've killed and maimed thousands of American service members and hundreds of thousands and even millions of people with what's called roadside bombs. They were the kings of the roadside bomb. And we took out Soleimani. I did that during my first term. Had a huge impact. He was the father of the roadside bomb. And just over the last couple of months with the protests, they've killed at least, it looks like, 32,000 protests. 32,000 protesters in their own country. They shot them and hung them. We stopped them from hanging a lot of them with the threat of serious violence. But this is some terrible people. They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons. Yet they continue. They're starting it all over. We wiped it out, and they want to start all over again, and are at this moment again pursuing their sinister ambitions. We are in negotiations with them. They want to make a deal, but we haven't heard those secret words. We will never have a nuclear weapon. My preference is to solve this problem through diplomacy. But one thing is certain, I will never allow the world's #1 sponsor of terror, which they are by far, to have a nuclear weapon. Can't let that happen. And no nation should ever doubt America's resolve. We have the most powerful military on earth. I rebuilt the military in my first term. We're going to continue to do so. Also, we just approved a $1 trillion budget. We have no choice. We have to be strong because hopefully we will seldom have to use this great power that we built together. It's really called peace through strength, and it's been very, very effective. So thanks to Republicans in Congress, we're investing that record number of dollars, have no choice, in the United States Armed Forces. Also creating a lot of jobs, but we're not even doing it for that reason. Because as I said, we have more jobs, more people working today than ever before in the history of our country. And NATO countries are friends and allies. They are. They're our friends and they're our allies. Have just agreed, at my very strong request, to pay 5% of GDP for military defense rather than the 2%, which they weren't paying. We were paying for almost all of NATO. Now they're paying 5 as opposed to not paying 2. And getting that 5% was something which everyone said would never be done, could not happen. We got it really easily with one meeting. And big difference between 2% that's not paid. We were paying the freight of many of them. Very few were paid up. Now 5%, then they're paid. And everything we send over to Ukraine is sent through NATO, and they pay us in full. They pay us totally in full. Every branch of our armed forces is setting records for recruitment. This is so exciting. And every service member recently. And every service member recently received a warrior dividend of $1,776. You know, they put it on my desk. We got the money from tariffs and other things, a lot of money we have. We have much more money than people understand. Have to rebuild that program a little bit, but it won't take long. But we got the money, and it was $1,775, and they wanted my approval. And I said, what's the number? $1,775. I said, wait a minute. For $1 more, we can have $1,776. It's going to I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more. I said, $1,776. And I said, that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military, that was 4 months ago, our military, I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it. So we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen. We're also restoring American security and dominance in the Western Hemisphere, acting to secure our national interests and defend our country from violence, drugs, terrorism, and foreign interference. For years, large swaths of territory in our region, including large parts of Mexico, really large parts of Mexico, have been controlled by murderous drug cartels. That's why I designated these cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, and I declared illicit fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction. And with our new military campaign, we have stopped record amounts of drugs coming into our country and virtually stopped it completely coming in by water or sea. You probably noticed that. We very seriously damaged their fishing industry also. Nobody wants to go fishing anymore. We've also taken down one of the most sinister cartel kingpins of all. You saw that yesterday. In January, elite American warriors carried out one of the most complex, spectacular feats of military competence and power in world history. No one's seen anything like it. Foreign leaders, I won't tell you who, called me and they said, very impressive, very good. They couldn't believe, they all watched. They saw what happened. This is a different fighting force that we had years ago when we fought to tie. You know, it's a great fighting force. I'm so proud of it. Look at Space Force. Space Force is my baby, because we did that. My baby, it's becoming so important. And America's armed forces overwhelmed all defenses and utterly defeated an enemy, good fighters, to end the reign of outlaw dictator Nicolas Maduro and bring him to face American justice. And this was an absolutely colossal victory for the security of the United States, and it also opens up a bright new beginning for the people of Venezuela. We're working closely with the new president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez, to unleash extraordinary economic gains for both of our countries and to bring new hope to those who have suffered so terribly. They really did suffer. With us tonight is Alejandra Gonzalez. She grew up in a tight-knit Venezuelan family and was especially close to her beloved uncle Enrique. But after Enrique ran for office and opposed Maduro, he was kidnapped by Maduro's security forces and thrown into the regime's really infamous prison in Caracas. Alejandra feared she would never see her uncle again. She feared for her own life also. But since the raid, we have worked with the new leadership, and they have ordered the closure of that vile prison and released hundreds of political prisoners already, with more to come. Alejandro, I'm pleased to inform you that not only has your uncle been released, but he is here tonight. We brought him over to celebrate his freedom with you in person. Enrique, please come down. Thank you, Enrique. Have a good time. Nice to have you back, Enrique. There were many heroes on that January raid to capture Maduro, really great heroes. It was very dangerous. They knew we were coming. They were all set. But the deeds of one warrior that night will live forever in the eternal chronicles of military valor. Chief Warrant Officer 5, Eric Slover, planned the mission and was the flight lead in the cockpit of the first helicopter, a big, beautiful, powerful helicopter. It was a massive Chinook carrying, as you can imagine, many, many American warfighters. Wearing the dog tags, his wife Amy had blessed with holy water before he left. She knew it was going to be a rough one. Eric steered the Chinook under the cover of night and descended swiftly upon Maduro's heavily protected military fortress. This was a major military installation, protected by thousands of soldiers and guarded by Russian and Chinese military technology. How did that work out? Not too good. While preparing to land, enemy machine guns fired from every angle, and Eric was hit very badly in the leg and hip, one bullet after another. He absorbed 4 agonizing shots, shredding his leg into numerous pieces. And yet, despite the fact that the use of his legs was vital to successful helicopter flight, legs are the most important part of flying a helicopter, to deliver the many commandos who would capture and detain Maduro was the only thing Eric was thinking about. Then, even as he was gushing blood, which was flowing back down the aisle, helicopter lands at a steep angle. The machine gun stood right in front of him. They were right in front of him, 2 machine gunners who escaped the wrath of the previous planes. Eric maneuvered his helicopter with all of those lives and souls to face the enemy and let his gunners eliminate the threat. Turned the helicopter around so the gunners could take care of business, saving the lives of his fellow warriors from what could have been a catastrophic crash deep in enemy territory. Only after safely landing the helicopter with all the warriors aboard in the exact right spot, which was vital to the mission, we probably would have had to maybe cancel the mission if that didn't happen. Eric told his co-pilot, also wounded but not as gravely, to take over. I'm about ready to pass out. The success of the entire mission and the lives of his fellow warriors hinge on Eric's ability to take the searing pain. It was unbelievable what's happened to his legs of the bullets and keep on flying and landing, and people knew what was happening. Everybody in the back of the helicopter knew because they saw the blood pouring down the aisle. Chief Warrant Officer Slover is still recovering from his serious wounds, but I'm thrilled to say that he is here tonight with his wife, Amy, Eric, and Amy. Come on in. So we have a surprise for Eric and Amy. In recognition of Eric's actions above and beyond the call of duty, I would now like to ask General Jonathan Braga to present Chief Warrant Officer Slover with our nation's highest military award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. Well, thank you very much, Eric and Amy. Great to get to know you. I met with them and with a lot of their fellow warriors at Fort Bragg recently. You notice the name Fort Bragg, we have it back, we brought it back. We won the First World War with it, the Second World War with it, and then they decided to change the name. So we changed it back. Everybody wanted to change back too. And 10 of Eric's fellow warriors from that incredible night of victory will also be receiving medals at a private ceremony that will soon be held at the White House, and Eric will be there. Thank you. Thank you, Eric. That's a big one. Tonight we've celebrated many truly extraordinary American patriots, but there is one last living legend to honor before we go. He is one more heroic American aviator, Navy fighter pilot. Royce Williams served in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, flying more than 220 missions. In the skies over Korea in 1952, Royce was in the dogfight of a lifetime, legendary dogfight. Flying through blizzard conditions, his squadron was ambushed by 7 Soviet fighter planes. It was his first aerial combat of the war, and despite being massively outnumbered and outgunned, Royce led the takedown of 4 enemy jets and almost destroyed the others, vanquishing his adversaries while taking 263 bullets to his own plane and being seriously hurt. His story was secret for over 50 years. He didn't even want to tell his wife, but the legend grew and grew. But tonight, at 100 years old, this brave Navy captain is finally getting the recognition he deserves. He was a legend long before this evening. Royce, please stand up, and I will ask the First Lady of the United States to present Captain Royce Williams with his Congressional Medal of Honor. Thank you, Royce, and thank you, Eric. I've always wanted the Congressional Medal of Honor, but I was informed I'm not allowed to give it to myself, and I wouldn't know why I'd be taking it, but if they ever open up that law, I will be there with you someday. But you know, that's our highest honor, Congressional Medal of Honor, and that's a big thing, and it's an honor to be in the same room with you. Thank you both very much, Eric. Thank you. Thank you. 250 years is a long time in the life of a nation, but in another sense, it's really a mere moment in the eye of history. Two of the gentlemen we met in the gallery this evening took their first breaths 1 century ago, 100 years before that, on July 4th, 1826, the author of the Declaration of Independence, brilliant, Thomas Jefferson, drew his last breath. Just a single long human lifespan separates the giants who declared and won our independence from the heroes who stand among us tonight. Everything our nation has done, everything we have achieved, has been the work of those few great lifetimes. In those brief chapters, Americans built this nation from 13 humble colonies into the pinnacle of human civilization and human freedom, the strongest, wealthiest, most powerful, most successful nation in all of history. Americans ventured out across the daunting and dangerous continent. We carved paths through an unforgiving wilderness, settled a boundless frontier, and tamed the beautiful but very, very dangerous Wild West. From empty marshes and wide open plains, we raised up the world's greatest cities. Together, we mastered the world's mightiest industries and shattered history's monstrous tyrannies. And we liberated millions from the chains of fascism, communism, oppression, and terror. Americans lifted humanity into the skies on the wings of aluminum and steel. And then we launched mankind into the stars on rockets powered by sheer American will and unyielding American pride. We wired the globe with our ingenuity. We captivated the planet with American culture. And now we are pioneering the next great American breakthroughs that will change the entire world. All of this and so much more is the enduring legacy, unmatched glory of the hardworking patriots who built and defended this country and who still carry the hopes and freedoms on all of humanity's backs. For years they were forgotten, betrayed, and cast aside, but that great betrayal is over and they will never be forgotten again. Because when the world needs courage, daring, vision, and inspiration, it is still turning to America. And when God needs a nation to work his miracles, he knows exactly who to ask. There is no challenge Americans cannot overcome, no frontier too vast for us to conquer, no dream too bold for us to chase, no horizon too distant for us to claim. For our destiny is written by the hand of providence, and these first 250 years were just the beginning. From the rugged border towns of Texas to the heartland villages of Michigan, from the sun-kissed shores of Florida to the endless fields of the Dakotas, and from the historic streets of Philadelphia to right here in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C., the golden age of America is upon us. The revolution that began in 1776 has not ended. It still continues because the flame of liberty and independence still burns in the heart of every American patriot. And our future will be bigger, better, brighter, bolder, and more glorious than ever before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
tariffs, another massive tax hike on you and your family. And Republicans in Congress, they remain unwilling to assert their constitutional authority to stop him. They're making your life harder. They're making your life more expensive. They're even making it more difficult to see a doctor. Rural health clinics in Virginia and across the country are already closing their doors thanks to the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill, championed by the President and Republicans in Congress. And tonight, the President celebrated this law, the one threatening rural hospitals, stripping health care from millions of Americans and driving up costs in energy and housing, all while cutting food programs for hungry kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable. And it's not just me. Democrats across the country are laser focused on affordability in our nation's capital and in state capitals and communities across America. In the most innovative and exceptional nation in the history of the world, Americans deserve to know that their leaders are focused on addressing the problems that keep them up at night. Problems that dictate where you live, whether you can afford to start a business or whether you have to skip a prescription in order to buy groceries. So I'll ask again, is the President working to make life more affordable for you and your family? We all know the answer is no. I grew up in a house of service. My mother was a nurse and my father was a career law enforcement officer. I began my career by following in my father's footsteps as a federal agent working money laundering and narcotics cases. I work side by side with local and state police to keep our community safe and to uphold and enforce the law. Law enforcement officers across the country know that it is a unique responsibility to do the serious work of investigating crimes, comforting victims, and making arrests. It's about building trust, and that requires an abiding sense of duty and commitment to community. And yet, our President has sent poorly trained federal agents into our cities, where they have arrested and detained American citizens and people who aspire to be Americans. And they have done it without a warrant. They have ripped nursing mothers away from their babies. They have sent children, a little boy in a blue bunny hat, children to far-off detention centers. And they have killed American citizens in our streets. And they have done it all with their faces masked from accountability. Every minute spent sowing fear is a minute not spent investigating murders, crimes against children, or the criminals defrauding seniors of their life savings. Our President told us tonight that we are safer because these agents arrest mothers and detain children. Think about that. Our broken immigration system is something to be fixed, not an excuse for unaccountable agents to terrorize our communities. After working in law enforcement, I continued my career of service as a CIA officer, working undercover to protect the United States and our allies from global threats, terrorism, nuclear weapons, and the aggression of adversarial nations around the globe. But as the President spoke of his perceived successes tonight, he continues to cede economic power and technological strength to Russia, bow down to China, bow down to a Russian dictator, and make plans for war with Iran. Here's the truth. Over the last year, through DOJ, mass firings, and the appointment of deeply unserious people to our nation's most serious positions, our President has endangered the long and storied history of the United States of America being a force for good. So I'll ask again, is the President working to keep Americans safe, both at home and abroad? We all know the answer is no. In his speech tonight, the President did what he always does. He lied, he scapegoated, and he distracted. And he offered no real solutions to our nation's pressing challenges, so many of which he is actively making worse. He tries to divide us. He tries to enrage us, to pit us against one another, neighbor against neighbor. And sometimes he succeeds. And so you have to ask, who benefits from his rhetoric, his policies, his actions, the short list of laws he's pushed through this Republican Congress? Somebody must be benefiting. He's enriching himself, his family, his friends. The scale of the corruption is unprecedented. There's the cover-up of the Epstein files, the crypto scams, cozying up to foreign princes for airplanes and billionaires for ballrooms, putting his name and face on buildings all over our nation's capital. This is not what our founders envisioned, not by a long shot. So I'll ask again, is the president working for you? We all know the answer is no. But here's the special thing about America. On our 250th anniversary, we know better than any nation what is possible when ordinary citizens, like those who once dreamed right here in this room, reject the unacceptable and demand more of their government. We see it in the determination of students organizing school walkouts all across the country, whose voices are becoming so powerful that the governor of Texas seeks to silence them. We see it in the bravery of Americans in Minnesota standing up for their communities, from peacefully protesting in sub-zero temperatures to carpooling children to school so that their immigrant parents are not ripped away from them in the parking lot. As a mother of 3 school-age daughters, I am inspired by their bravery, but I am sickened that it is necessary. And Americans across the country are taking action. They are going to the ballot box to reject this chaos. With their votes, they are writing a new story, a more hopeful story. In November, I won my election by 15 points. And we won 13 new seats in our state legislature. Because voters decided they wanted something different. Our campaign earned votes from Democrats, Republicans, independents, and everyone in between. Because they knew as citizens they could demand more, that they could vote for what they believe matters, and that they didn't need to be constrained by a party or political affiliation. This is happening across the country. New Jersey elected Mikey Sherrill as governor in a double-digit victory. Democrats flipped state legislative seats in places like Georgia, Iowa, Mississippi, and Texas. The list goes on and on. Ordinary Americans are stepping up to run in the spirit of our forefathers. They are running to demand more and to do more for their neighbors and communities. I know the story well. I first ran for office in 2018 alongside dozens of other Democrats who did the seemingly impossible, flipping 41 seats in Congress. In my case, I was the first Democrat elected in 50 years, swinging our district 17 points. Those who are stepping up now to run will win in November because Americans, you at home, know you can demand more and that we are working to lower costs. We are working to keep our communities and our country safe, and we are working for you. In his farewell address, George Washington warned us about the possibility of, quote, cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men rising to power. But he also encouraged us, all Americans, to unite in a common cause, to move this nation forward. That is our charge once more, and that is what we are seeing across the country. It is deeply American and patriotic to do so, and it is how we ensure that the state of our union remains strong, not just this year, but for the next 250 years as well, because we, the people, have the power to make change, the power to stand up for what is right, the power to demand more of our nation. May God bless the Commonwealth of Virginia, and may God bless the United States of America.